Community, we standing still for a great son of a nation, a great son of this country, Nigeria. Mr. Innocent Chukwuma.
Matakwa na mbigada burozu ikenile nangagana ani wokorobia keligwe apara ke Chineke yara n'ụwa nwụnwụ n'ime eyegi cheta mmanwụ gasịrị ikpe ga-esokwa n'ike mata ndị gasa juju n'iru Chukwu. Ole biga no miwa, akwala mwaka bile. Jesus manu zaki kena po.
and gentlemen, as we said earlier, according to the arrangements, ladies and gentlemen, immediately the corpse arrives into this compound. Our brother Inobi going direct into his parlor, where the wife and only the siblings, the immediate family only, will take some 15 to 20 minutes. And after that, the corpse will be brought out again for the public to view, to see him, pay the last respect. And from here we go to the judge, and the prerogative will continue.
Jesus Christ.
The photographers will not go into the parlor. There should be no snapping of pictures, no videoing of any type. Please.
Atulebu isonyewa, atulebu isoya, amen. Obonye amara komanuwa, atulebu isoya.
As we told you earlier, immediately he now steps into this compound, will be taken into his parlor, immediately where he will give the immediate family, the wife and the children, about 10-15 minutes. And after that, the body will be brought out again, where he will lie instead, others to see. So there should be no snapping of pictures, no videoing inside the parlor. Thank you. Precious. Well.
Thank you very much, Dedem Joe. Yagaziboragi. Iko hede Joe ne kuwo ngwa dedani wanna iwoke lobatara. Ade bebe na palo and anya choge onye opolo ebe ahu. Karika ndi nwe mmadụ proper yawo family Chukwuma na the siblings yawo ihe niile si dedani ya na ahụ emechakwa aga ebupụta ya anyị enwe kele ya iwuru onye onyonyo ji ihe eji ese ehi anyị mgbariga ihe ndị a n'Igbo ka ndị na-anụ Igbo English n'Igbo emechakwa anyị ga-asụ English Igbo so that onye ọbụla ga-aghọta ihe ekwuga ya meji ihe eji ese ihe ya wụ foto ma ihe eji vidio ihe biko anyị achọghị n'ụlọ onye ọbụla ga-anọ outside. That's the instruction from the family. Thank you, Deda Ijo.
Idika Jesus, Idika Jesus, Alilombo, Kandika yao, Wesitinandwa, Where the boobe, Alilombo, Kandika yao.
Idika Jesus, Idika Jesus, Alilombo, Idika yao, Wesitinandwa, Where the boobe, Alilombo, Idika yao,
Idika Jesus, Idika Jesus, Alilombo, Idika Jesus.
Undertaker, can you help us, please? Take him into the parlor, please. A great man, Aniroko has fallen. Oshishukwa Dana, na Lambisa Nation, na la Nigeria. Ochwarere. Eno Chukwemeka Chukwuma. Your wife, Mrs. Joseph Chukwuma. Your children, Chidima, Amarachi and Nkechi, are saying, welcome, Daddy. A great man is back to his house. A philanthropist of nominal order. A super husband. Great man. Great son of Mbise. Immediately he's taken into the parlor. Only the wife and his children are needed there for about 10 to 15 minutes because of time. There should be no snapping of pictures there. Thank you very much. The music should stop. Thank you. If he has been taken into inside the house soon, music, thank you. Should be a quiet time this time around. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as we said earlier, only the wife and their children are supposed to be in the parlor now with their daddy and their husband. 10, 15 minutes, they're out. The body will be brought out once again, and people will be given the time to pay their last respect.
little food in class. No, I didn't.
So, you see, as I'm looking at you people, I didn't know there's work or school today.
Well,
It's very little you need of mustard. You know
I
that,
because it's
otherwise,
spicy.
exactly.
Okay, good morning and good morning once again. Welcome to Ihazu local government area of Mbisi, Imo State. This is the 13th day of May 2021. It's such a sad day. We're yet to finally say the final farewell to late Mr. Innocent Chukwuma. And before his demise, he was the regional director, the past regional director of Ford Foundation West Africa, and also he was, before joining the Ford Foundation, he was the founder and executive director of Clean Foundation. And Clean Foundation is a non-profit organization aimed at promoting security, safety, and accessible justice in West Africa. A lot have been said about him.
Trial version. 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 Trial version.
Okay, it seems we're having a little technical challenge. We can't hear
Trial
the
version.
sound. We can't hear the sound from the documentary.
Trial version. Trial version.
So I might want to proceed with that.
Trial version. 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 Trial version.
Hi, Paddy. I think we should stop the documentary since we are not
Trial version.
hearing or getting any sound from it.
Trial version. 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 Trial version.
Could we pause the documentary?
Trial
Let's proceed since we are not hearing the sound. I could read from the chats and
Trial
people
version.
complain that it's just the trial version that you're hearing, and same here. So could we stop the
Trial
documentary,
version.
please?
Trial version.
While we wait for the our other guests to join
Trial
us,
version.
I would like to call on Ayo Obi to join
Trial
me.
version.
Let's
Trial version.
talk on some of the things or some of the impacts
Trial version.
innocent Chukwuma during his lifetime. So I don't know if IOB, you could unmute yourself, please.
Trial version.
Sorry for the short notice. Please,
Trial version.
unmute yourself and
Trial
let's
version.
discuss.
Trial version.
Some of the guests that will be joining
Trial
us
version.
include Kole Shetima, who is the country director of MacAuto Foundation.
Trial version.
He will join us shortly. But before we commence with that, please could IOB
Trial version.
unmute herself and let's discuss, please.
Trial version. 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 Trial version.
I think it's better now. Yeah. So while we still wait on our guest and on IOB to join, I'm being told that yes, the body's being taken to church currently. So while we still wait for that, for them to show us that, and waiting on our guest, we will just, we just exercise a little patience, so our guests could join in the discussion we'll be having, and also trying to follow up what's happening in BC. So please just exercise a little patience. All right, sorry for that. Are you chance to join us or to have a discussion? Sorry for the short notice. We're trying to wait for the guests to join, the listed guests to join us in discussion. But please, could you join me? Let's discuss about the lifetime of innocent Chukwuma.
Good morning, Abigail. I'm really not. I do kind of think that today is mainly a day for Innocent and his family. And so I had not planned or intended to take part in reminiscences. Innocent was my first acting executive director at the Civil Liberties Organization. And he was a great help and support to me in helping me to fulfill that role. The position of president of the CLO is a voluntary one, but the staff of the CLO are led by the executive director. And when I became president, the CLO offices were in lockdown. The substantive executive director was in detention, and the staff unanimously felt that Innocent would be the right person to lead them at that time. And he was very active in restoring morale, getting the secretariat back up and running. And also, because a few days after I became president, the Ogoni Nine were judicially murdered by the Abacha regime. So when the Ugandan government held a special session of the African and People's Rights Commission, Innocent was there at my side in Kampala to help me take up my role as the spokesperson for Nigerian human rights organizations. I would also say that when I became a member of the Police Service Commission, Innocent invited me to join the board of the Clean Foundation. And he also promised that Clean would be there as almost like my personal secretariat to help me perform my duties and be effective as a member of the Police Service Commission. It was from Innocent and the work that he did that we had our first conference at which we established a method by which members of the public could communicate with the police. And also, because of our work with the Clean Foundation under Innocent, the handbook for security officers on election duty was also workshopped and produced. So those were some of the things. Even after I left the Police Service Commission, I remained on the board of the Clean Foundation. I would say that it's been very instructive and inspiring to see the progress that Innocent has made since he left the CLO Foundation. You will recall that he won the Reebok Prize for Human Rights Activists under the age of 30. And that was how he became, he was able to found or set up the Clean Foundation. And I guess that the Reebok award that he got was one of the many instances in which he was recognized for his outstanding qualities and the ideas that he brought to the practice of human rights. I would say that the fact that he was chosen as to head the Ford Foundation's West Africa office is also a testimony to his sterling qualities. And I think also that every time I've heard Innocent speak in public on matters, it's always been thought-provoking and a call to action, a call to put into practice some of the many solutions that have been produced. Innocent was not just about ranting and condemning and vilifying. Innocent was about finding solutions that would work for Nigeria and for Nigerians. I don't have much more to say, Abigail. it's
Okay, let me just ask you this little question because going through the tributes of Innocent Chukwuma, a lot was said about him in terms of champion, a great supporter to women, champion the cause of women. What was it like, in the development sector, promoting women? What was it like for you?
I really can't say because Innocent related to me as a human being. I'm not sure that the issue of whether or not I was a woman came into it. It may be that behind the scenes, he made sure that I did not suffer any of the cultural, any of the blowback from cultural ideas. But I can't really say that it was one thing or the other to him.
Okay. Okay. Lastly, I know you did mention that yes, you were part of the board for Clean Foundation.
Yes.
Yeah. So I would just drift a little bit on Clean Foundation. One of the amazing things we did see was his kind of succession plan. He did something which most people, especially in the civic space, wouldn't have done. Stepping aside, leaving your organization in which you did establish to move on. That is when he stepped down as the executive director to work with Ford Foundation. What must have influenced such decision for him to, to take up that strategic or that move?
I would say that he did not step aside to work with the Ford Foundation. He had already stepped aside. And I think that it's important to recognize that he already had the succession plan in mind. He's also not the first human rights executive director to step aside, but he is the one who stands out as a person whose organization has continued to grow from strength to strength, even though he has stepped aside. In most cases, such organizations may linger on for a couple of years, but after that, they dwindle away. Whereas Clean Foundation, even without Innocent, has continued to be a trailblazer. So I think that's the difference. And I dare say that Innocent, having started Clean Foundation, as I said, he won the Reebok Prize for under 30, for human rights activists under the age of 30. So you can understand that he was not an old man when he set up the Clean Foundation. And I dare say that he had made up his mind that he would not stay there forever, but that he would do that for a while and move on. And even when he was at Clean Foundation, he was putting his mind to other things. You're aware of the foundation at Owerri for training, giving people training in things that will make them not want to become criminals, not want to turn to crime or insurrection or such things. So I think that Innocent was a man of many parts. Most of us probably came into contact with him through just one of the aspects. But I don't think that he intended to remain clean forever. He intended to move on. And of course, he remained on the board. But I think that it was always his intention that an organization established to fight the cause of human rights, not that it was the business of the organization just to be there for the sake of being there, but that it should be there to do the work that was needed to be done. And I think in a way that if one approaches such work from the expectation that you will in fact make a difference, that you will in fact do the things that you intended to do, and perhaps work towards your own obsolescence. But nonetheless, in order to be able to do that, you need to be free of the day-to-day worries about the survival of or sustainability of your organization. And I think that's one of the things that has allowed Clean to be effective, that it's because the organization is well run, well established, and well founded, it doesn't have to be worrying about what will we eat tomorrow, what will we get money for tomorrow. So it focuses on its mission, which is to improve the law enforcement practice in Nigeria.
All right. Thank you for that. And what would be your final words to his loved ones and family?
You know, we all are still perhaps yet to come to terms with the loss of Innocent, and we can imagine that it would be just even worse for his family, particularly for Josephine. You know, I chaired the reception of the wedding of Innocent and Josephine all those years ago, and it's particularly sad to think that that journey, that I'm in a way seeing the end of that marriage that I was there at the foundation of. But nonetheless, we hope, we pray that they will have strength, we're given strength to bear the loss. We understand that grief can be overwhelming at times, and we don't expect them to struggle on regardless. I hope that those of us who can be there for them will be there for them. But we know that they should be proud, they should rejoice, and today they should celebrate the life of innocent Chukwuma.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that. I don't know if we have Joy Ezilo with us, Mrs. Joy Ezilo with us, or Mr. Kole Shetsima. Please do let me know so we could co-host you and have a brief interview section. Please, if we have Miss Joy Ezulu and Mr. Kole Shetsima, please do let me know. Mrs. Joy Ezulu and Mr. Kole Shetsima, please do let me know why I get to read some of the tributes written for late innocent Chukwuma. Mr. Shettima will be joining us shortly. Let me just go through some of the tributes that have been written for innocent Chukwuma. Somewhat to say, indeed, he did empty himself. The 55 years, he made so much impact. Okay, While I'm still getting the trailer, please, if Mr. Shetima have connected, please do let me know. Or Mrs. Joy Zulu, please, if you're connected, do let me know. Okay, Prof. Joy Ngozi Zulu, sorry for that. Please let me know the name you logged them with, please. Please let me know the name you logged them with. Prof. Joy Zulu, founder and founder of Women Aid Collective. Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Yeah, good to have you here.
Okay, just
you could turn on your camera if you desire, so please.
okay. Let me try it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it was enabling me. Okay. Okay. I try to. You cannot start your video because the host has disabled it. That's what it's saying. I cannot start it because it's disabled from your end.
Okay, let me fix that. Okay, I'm trying for my end. Please, could the host try to make Prof a co-host, please? Please, could the host try to make Prof Joy Zulu a co-host, please?
I still cannot do it anyway. It has to be from, once you get it from your end.
I think we should proceed. I'm having a discussion with them to make you a co-host. And also, I think Mr. Shetima has also joined. Please do make the two guests a co-host, Prof. Joy Zulu and Mr. Shetima, please. Yeah. So, Prof, let's discuss a little bit. What was it working with late Innocent Chukwuma, especially coming from the civil society aspect?
Yes, late Mr. Innocent Chukwuma was a co-traveler in terms of civil society movement for democracy and development, especially during the pro-democracy movement. That's when, of course, I knew him. And then I was also very active in Women in Nigeria. And I think on the periphery also, he was also a member, but he was deep into CLO's work, and then other pro-democracy movement work. And it was at that point, because we had common mission, and the civil society space wasn't even as large as we have now. So everyone, you just know everybody doing similar work in that area. And we know that as also a student activist, of course, I knew him by name from my university, because he was at Nsukka campus. I was also teaching then at the Faculty of Law, UNN. So it's been, we're happy that we produce a great alumni like him, a very strong advocate for rights, human rights, democracy, development, not just in Nigeria, but in the whole of Africa and beyond, actually, because whatever happens in Nigeria have a way of having ripple effect. And besides, he had all that huge network, and importantly, his initiative on clean, which was part of his experience and a lot of incarceration and activities of law enforcement agencies during military era. Also kind of gave him the vision to lead in that area, in ensuring that we retool law enforcement agents. And I can call him a diplomat in a way. He's a radical in a way. In another way, he's a scholar, he's an activist, but he's able to diplomatically engage also with law enforcement agencies in Nigeria, especially the police, and get them to start imbibing the ethics that will respect human rights of citizens of Nigeria. And I think that is also a credit to him, because sometimes transiting from one position to the other, and then being able to make sure that we engage in the type of work that will lead to social transformation, I think is very important. Is at the root, is very fundamental to activism and scholarship. For me, also as a scholar and activist, feminist. So I really appreciate his work. The fact that he's very, very gender sensitive. He really, is a champion of many things, as he's championing gender equality, he's championing reforms in criminal justice system, he's championing reforms in the way we do business. He's also a pioneering initiative that will entrench sustainable development and democracy, and those are very, very vital. He was a great man, and we can say in Igbo land, an Iroko tree has fallen. But when again you look at what he's achieved, it looks like, yes, he has run a good race, and God, he has really achieved. And we thank God again for a gift of Innocent Chukwuma, and may his soul find eternal rest, and may God comfort his family. It is not easy at all, and we shouldn't pretend. I lost my husband just before Miss Innocent died, and I know we are with my sister Josephine Efa Chukwuma. We are navigating the same terrain, but we trust in Almighty God to heal us and then to remember the legacies they live on. And those legacies are what is important to us. So I thank God for their lives. Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. I had a little bit of connection issue rather. Please, do we still have Prof with us?
I mean, I was talking. I didn't know whether I was sad or not, but I guess I'm done. Yeah. What happened? There was a transmission problem.
Yeah, there was transmission problem. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, please. I know I'm seeing some hands raised up from Otiwe, Wuzo, and Amanda. Would attend to you shortly, but why still talking with Prof? Could you say a little bit about his impact on the civil society? That says because obviously, yes, he had his organization, but there was a high level of support to other organizations. One of his comments that was one of the comments he usually say was one, to fight corruption effectively requires interagency cooperation and interdisciplinary approach. It is not something that can be left to one agency alone, however strong and effective that agency is. So I think he believed more in a lot of partnership. So could you tell me a little bit? Yeah, your video is on now. So could you discuss what was his impact on civil society? organization?
I think the impact is huge, and I think time and space will not permit a very elaborate discussion on this. But I think what is important is to really look at some of the achievements. He believed clearly in partnership. And I recall once I was having a discussion with him around, is it Altus? There was this other organization that he was part of a formation of, which was well beyond, whose work was well beyond Nigeria and was at thinking of Africa and looking at doing what Clean was doing, but this time again beyond law enforcement to other areas on development. You know, the way he organized, even with before he left Clean to take up the position in a Ford Foundation, you will notice that Clean, he set out the mandate and strategy of his work, which all revolve around networking, building network, building bridges, and then also a very important partnership between civil society, government, and the private sector. I'll call it like triple helix. And he was able to navigate all of that and bring it together. And it's not always easy for people with activist background that he had, especially those who were also victims and survivors of a military rule and militarization of state, with all the blatant abuses of human rights that happened in those days. And he was incarcerated there. So right from his work in CLO, and then to other being part of, he was part of so many things, not just beyond CLO, even though people, that was where he kind of started his work. He's always one who can reach across divide easily. You will see NOPRIN, you will see other networks that is a part and parcel of not just information, but again, provide a transformational leadership for that to thrive, that he left really a footprint in the sands of history. And that's why I say that his legacy will live on, because he was such a gift to humanity. He had the vision, he had the character of leadership, and he was very responsive to his environment and responded in a way that could provide solution, because oftentimes it's solution that we lack. I recall also having discussion with him around developmental challenges, especially even in the Southeast, and how he let me into what he's doing from his own perspective in order to deal with that. And I think, I don't know how far, but it involved even skill acquisition and getting certification for people to build necessary skills that will earn them livelihood sustainability. And I thought that was fantastic, because it was a time I was also involved in Science Park in my university, in the development and still the legal advice. And I said, oh, this could be an area we could possibly partner and also get that institute affiliated to UNN. So what am I saying? I said that he's an all-rounder, a complete advocate, not just for human rights, but human rights without human development is not it, you know. So he looked at things comprehensively in a holistic manner, and then tried to do, you know, that not just I can do attitude. He had the vision, but the ability to translate those vision into reality. Saw him doing all the work he did, you know, being in a position to fund not just his passion, but to form innovative projects in Ford Foundation, being in position to set up initiatives like Clean Altus and NOPRIN and so many other networks. I think he did that excellently well. And those things are what matters and that will survive all of us. So again, I would say, as we mourn him, we should be celebrating a worthy and a productive life, because he lived not just for himself, but for the sake of freedom and rights of others.
Yeah, thank you, Ma. I'm just wondering how he was able to manage, a large number of organizations all at once, and yet was productive in every aspect. It's amazing. Yeah, it's amazing.
He meant he just gave his life to doing a work that will also bring happiness to greater number of people. And that is what activism is all about, and being a transformational leader is all about. And then giving yourself to charity, to working for the interest of not just your own family, but interest of the nation and interest of humanity. And that's the man, Innocent Chukwuma.
Thank you, Ma. I can see Otive Buzo raising his hands, and Amanda Asaba. I will unmute you now. Let me see. Before we proceed, Mr. Otive Buzo, I've unmuted you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, good morning, sir.
Good morning. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I will just like to share some of my reflections about my comrade and friend, Innocent Chukwuma. Actually, well, I knew him in the 1980s as a socialist and Marxist. We all belong to the same organization, the Socialist Congress of Nigeria, and many other front organizations, whether working in the Civil Liberties Organization, Committee for Defense of Human Rights, Campaign for Democracy, or Women in Nigeria. Between 1988 and 2000, I lived in Maiduguri, and Innocent was a regular visitor to Maiduguri, either to come and implement CLO programs at that time, or to bring leaflets which were using to mobilize against the military. For me as a person, 4 things stand out for me as lessons from the life of Innocent. The first is his family life. From all testimonies and from our observation, he's a great family man who had very great connections with his wife and daughters. In this world, the family is the beginning in the concentric circle of life. If you succeed in all other areas and fail in the family sector, your life can never be balanced. So I really, there are great lessons from his family life. The second is really that he's a doer and achiever. There are many people across the world who make noise, who criticize, who raise issues about other people's performance, but they do nothing. They form nothing, they initiate nothing, they achieve nothing. But Innocent is a doer who initiated things and saw them to maturity. He initiated the Clean Foundation. In fact, from my own reflections in how to even deal with the organization I founded, 2 organizations stood out for me in Nigeria, who are civil society organizations that have lived for over 20 years and have seen transition from the founding executive director, and they are Clean Foundation and Leap Africa. So Innocent is a doer and an achiever. The third thing for me from Innocent's life is entrepreneurship. The world is changing, And it's only these people who are able to adapt to the changes that are happening in the world that will be able to make significant impact. If you look at every sector, even is it Nollywood or music or any sector for that matter, if you are not entrepreneurial, in other words, able to bring out ideas, convert them into products or services, and be able to deliver it at a lower price than the value you get from it, you will live a life of struggling throughout. I cannot forget a 1-hour discussion I had with Innocent at the airport on his initiatives at setting up a center in Owerri to deal with, innovation, use of ICT, and entrepreneurship. So his entrepreneurial skills are worthy of emulation. And then finally, he knows when to leave, when the ovation is loudest. He founded he left CLO when CLO was still strong, founded Clean Foundation, and left Clean Foundation to Ford Foundation. If it were many people, Ford Foundation is a beautiful organization. I recall that when I was leaving ActionAid to set up Center LSD, people were asking me whether I had problem with the management. People always find a comfort zone and sit down there. But Innocent was one person who, will leave his comfort zone. He left Clean Foundation to Ford Foundation, and he has just left Ford Foundation to do other things before this tragic incident. I think we have a lot to learn from the life of Innocent. He has lived well. For those of us living behind, we need to understand that life is a stage. We play our part and depart. We will miss Innocent, but he had lived well. He has played his part. He has fulfilled his journey on earth. And we're grateful that we knew him during that period.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, over to Prof. Once more, I would like to ask what would be the words to loved ones, to his family?
Is it? I think important thing is just to trust in God. God knows everything, and at the time we are born, there is a time for that. There is a time for all that we achieve, and or at least opportunity to play our role. And the world is a stage. I've come to learn. I'm dealing with a huge loss. I'm dealing also at this point with a loss of my life partner, Dr. Augustine Ezente Zilo, and it's almost just about the month he was buried. And I know it's not easy, but God always provides us the grace. But again, when you look at people's achievements, and in the case of Innocent Chukwuma, the kind of work that he did, and the work that the wife does, there is a synergy, and they are all in that space, serving humanity, and it should be a big consolation. To my sister, Josephine Chukwuma, I just say, I'm walking this path at this moment, and I know that the good Lord will also see you through. Just trust in Him, take it one day at a time, and it is well. And just like Pastor Dr. Tive said, he had played his part, and then he always, God ultimately leads us, and I believe that God will ultimately be the great comforter that Josephine and the children need at this time. And to the family, my heartfelt condolences. And I want to pray that the soul of departed Innocent Chukwuma will find eternal rest, and that's what he deserves. And God will grant his soul that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma. We'll switch over to the church, what's happening over in the happening in the church. That's in NBC. I think the church service is about to commence. When we get back, we'll have Mr. Shetima join us, as we discuss furthermore on the impact made by Innocent Chukwuma. Over to you, Paddy. Let's see what's happening in the church.
Psalm appointed for this service is Psalm 39. 39. Psalm 39. Sit down. Please sit down.
Chapter 7, starting from verse 9. After this I beheld, and lo, a great multitude, which no man could number, of all nations and kindreds, and people and tongues, stood before the throne and before the Lamb, covered with white robes and palms in their hands, and cried with a loud voice, saying, Salvation to our God, who is seated upon the throne, and unto the Lamb. And all the angels stood round around the throne, and about the elders and the four beasts, and fell before the throne on their faces, and worshipped God, saying, Amen. Blessing and glory, and wisdom and thanksgiving and honor, and power and might, and God forever. Amen. And one of the elders answered, saying unto me, What are these which are arrayed in white robes, and whence came they? And I said unto him, Sir, thou knowest. And he said to me, These are they which came out of this division, and have washed their robes, and made them white and glorious to the Lamb. Therefore I did for the of God, and serve him day and night in his temple. And he that sitteth on the throne shall dwell among them. They shall hunger no more, neither thirst any more. Neither shall the sun light on them nor any heat. For the Lamb which is in the midst of the throne shall feed them, and shall lead them unto the red fountain of waters, and God shall wipe away all tears from their eyes. This is the word of the Lord.
The hymn on page 8, about 209. Hymn on page 8.
Amen.
page 8 service program. Almighty God, who have bound together and directed in one communion and fellowship with the body of your Son Jesus Christ, grant we pray you to your whole church in paradise of earth and on earth, your life and your kingdom. Amen. Grant that all those who are in peace at the death and resurrection of Christ may die with you and rise to newness of life, and through your grace may pass through to death of faith. Your joyful resurrection. Amen. Grant us who are staying in our pilgrimage and who walk as led by faith, that your Holy Spirit can lead us in holiness and righteousness all the days of our life. Amen. Grant your people love and peace, that we may from all of it serve you with quiet eye. Especially for the people. We show confidence in your fellow. You are casting all the good, and you better know the consolation of the Lord. As we pray, release of things we cannot understand. We believe and trust the communion of saints, the forgiveness of sins, and the resurrection of life in the last day. Amen. Grant us grace to entrust innocent Chukwuma into your very love. Receive it in the hands of your mercy, and remember me according to the favor which you have for your children. Grant us increasing the knowledge and love of you. We may grow from strength in the life of perfect service in your heavenly kingdom. The grace.
Father, so for the word of God, singing the hymn on page 10, above 239, page 10.
Chukwuma. That is what happens in the human life of the society from time to time. It is something everybody must undergo. Whether it is not by our choice, then that is the power of nature that we live in. We want to do the earth. And also, then others will continue. In 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 53. For the corruption that was put on the corruption. That is to portray this mortal body to inherit immortality. That is the way it is. And that is how or why our other illness are transformed from mortality. It is just a dead body that we are seeing. It is first it's already departed his body and is now before his eternity. The psalmist understand very well that this life we live is not a permanent one. It's a life what one does or what we are, we must surely give account of. That is why he says, Lord, please let me know my end. Let me know, let me constantly be reminded. As we are here gathered this morning, we are no longer preaching to innocent Chukwuma. We are preaching to the living. we are here still hearing the word of God, so that we prepare our minds and prepare ourselves, so that at the time of death, when we face eternity, it will not be a fearful thing appearing before God, but rather it will be a joyful thing to see our Maker. Just as the Paul says, he said, for to live is to reap his reward, but to die is dead. He is still struggling between the two. But his greatest desire is that he will use this body and then have his rest. So we believe, and it's our prayer, that our brother Innocent has left this body, having toiled in his head, with all his inconveniences and in all his trouble, and now he's resting in the bosom of the Lord. May he rest in peace in the name of Jesus Christ. In Hebrews chapter 9, verse 27, the Bible says, it is appointed unto for men to die once, but after that is judgment. So it's not only dying is the matter, it's what we will face after death. Because whether we like it or not, when we die, we must surely give account, we must surely appear before the judgment throne of God. This is what everybody, whether you are concerned whether God exists or not, when you wake up in eternity, it will be a place of rest to your soul and spirit that there is a God who owns the universe. Because Psalm 24, verse 1, it says, for the earth is the lost and the fullness thereof, and those that dwell therein. The Lord owns everything, all the earth and the people in the earth. So the life you live is not your own. You are just living a life, a borrowed life, a life given to you by God, so that you can fulfill your part and also accomplish His will. Our prayer is that after this world, when we survive, our works shall be accounted as our righteousness, and the grace of God will help us inherit eternity in the name of Jesus Christ. Revelation chapter 20, verse 12. The Bible says, and I saw the dead, small and great, standing before God, and books were opened, and another book was opened, which is the book of life. And the dead were judged according to their works. Verse 13 says, and anyone not found written in the book of life was cast into the lake of fire. So judgment is sure, and what you do is what you will be judged for, or what you are going to be judged. What you do with the life and with the opportunity and with the privileges God has given to us. As we know, life did not give everybody equal opportunity. Life did not give everybody equal opportunity. It did not give everybody equal standard. There are those who are more fortunate than others. There are those who know or who we are privileged to be in a higher position than others. The Bible says in the parable of the servants and the master, parable of the tenant, talents. The Bible says that we are given talents. The servants we are given talents by their master according to their ability. So whatever you are, or whoever you are, or wherever you find yourself, no matter the culture, no matter the ethnic group, God knows that you will do best in that calling, in that life, in that opportunity, in that place you are called or you are born to be who you are. So it doesn't matter whether one has given a higher privilege, is what the Lord life has given you, what you have, what are you able to do with it. So my brother, the question is not that you have life, but the question is, what are you doing with the life the Lord has given you? The Bible says in Psalm 37, verse 23, the steps of a good man is ordered by the Lord, and he delights in his way. The steps of a good man is ordered by the Lord, and he delights in his way. So everybody has an equal opportunity to manifest success. You have equal opportunity to manifest success at the level of the opportunity life has given to you. If you are like that servant who had only one talent, who will say, I know my master, and I know he's a hard man. If I lose this talent, he will give me. And he went and buried his own talent. And at the end, he suffered dearly for his crimes. The consequences of his action cast him out of his father's, out of his master's position and also authority. So, everybody, if you want, you must fulfill the purpose in which you are called. And to fulfill the purpose which you are called, you must seek your maker. Because only your maker knows your capability. Just like manufacturers, when they manufacture any car, the manuals are there. The manuals will tell you how to operate the car. The manuals will tell you how to maintain the car. The manuals will tell you also the efficiency of those vehicles. If you disregard the manual, you will misuse, you will abuse that product. So just like us, human beings, our matter is the word of God. That is the scripture. If you do not concern yourself with scripture and live your life as though you have come to a party to act, to party around because opportunity has been given to you, or you have such privilege more than others to enjoy some social status than others, then know that at the end you will be accounted for, you must give account of your life. A good man, the Bible says, the steps of a good man is ordered by the Lord, and the Lord delights in his ways. A good man is one who builds relationships and impart positive values in the lives of others. He always creates an atmosphere of joy, of happiness, and cooperation among those who he found himself in, either in his family, either in his community, either in his place of work. A good man, no matter his position in the company, will always treat others like human beings, not like products. He will always treat others like fellow people who needed to be guided. I want to take an extract from a tribute by Dr. Tayo Defayemi, PON, the governor of the state, the tribute he wrote concerning innocent Chukwuma. He said that for me, what was most remarkable about him, his ability to build genuine bonds of friendship with so many people from so many different backgrounds in the course of his work. Every engagement with Innocent left you with the impression that he was not only deeply passionate about collaborating with you on projects and programs, but he was first interested in you as a human being. That was a very wonderful remark, a very wonderful statement, question one. That Innocent was not just interested because maybe you have a program with him, or there's a project he's handling together with somebody, but first and foremost, he was so interested in a person because they are a human being. I think at this time in our society, we need more of Innocent Chukwuma. People who regard and people who respect the sanctity of life. But in our society today, people are dying like fowls. People are dying, no more respect for human life. There is insecurity everywhere. Everybody is at the edge all the time. You don't know what will be the next report. When your children are at school, you don't know what you will hear, whether they have been kidnapped or they're still there. Even when my wife goes to the market, I'm always monitoring on the phone to know whether she's still there or she has disappeared. But I know the good Lord who will trust in will continue to guide us in the name of Jesus Christ. Innocent, I didn't spend so long time with him. I met him first on the 1st of this January of this year, 2021. Then he came with his family to thank God for the year. And after that, we met at his place and then we talked. The brief meeting with him left me with no doubt at all that he was a very impressive gentleman, a man of perspective and connected personality. He talks so much about the improvement of the community and also of this very church we are in. And he told me that when he goes back to Lagos, he's going to make arrangements with his friends and associates so that this very house, this very new building, will be completed this year. Alas, it is no more. But I still believe in his legacy, his relationship, his personality. This is for him. And since we are here, his friends and his associates and his brothers, we will not allow that dream to die. That dream will not die. Say the dream will not die. Amen. And I believe you will help to make the dream a reality. When I was reading through the one of the symbols, I think by the doctor, he made a comment, and I saw that in many others. He said, whatever Innocent set his mind to do, he must accomplish it. Nothing will dissuade him not to accomplish that. And I know, since he has set his mind to build this place, it must be accomplished in the name of Jesus. By your help, the Lord will complete this building, and it will be a memorial in his honor, in the honor of this great man, in the name of Jesus. So, my brethren, you don't have much to say. The life of a man is not measured by the wealth he has acquired, but by the lives of people who has positively touched. And we know that defines Innocent very, very well. And it's there for us, people who have come from various places, that we will only from his life and his style of leadership to make sure that the life we live will always depict the love of God, both to us and also to our fellow men. We will sacrifice, we will build bridges to make sure that things will live in harmony with one another. Remember, we have a limited time here. We have a limited time here. And one day you will leave this place. Be part of those people who build relationships, who build families, who build associates. Don't be among those who destroy life. For the Bible says, whoever destroys the temple of God, he himself must be destroyed. When you destroy another person, you are destroying the handwork of God. And God will surely destroy you. May you never be a portion in the name of Jesus. Every man's work must be accounted for. And let's remember that. Our prayer is that as we mourn Innocent today, the Lord will continue to console his family, strengthen them. And all of us who are mourning, God will also console us. And in us, the spirit and the attitude or character of Solomon will always call us to more godly actions. May we rise and pray. We just pray with her, quietly stay this prayer of the Lord to perform in the best. I don't want to die like a nobody. Help me to go my purpose. So that I fulfill my purpose on earth. And your will will be done on earth. Through Christ our Lord. Amen. Almighty God, we thank you for today. We rely on you in all things, and we pray that your mercy will continue to guide us. Thank you for bringing us here. We pray that the rest of the day and activity will continue to keep and continue to guide us. May your name be glorified. For in Jesus' mighty name we have prayed. Amen.
We hear our choir, and then we answer. Choir. Please sit down. Please, as the choir renders their anthem, we shall collect chorus offering at the same time. Chorus offering as the choir continues to render their
There's no one like Jesus. There's no one like Jesus. No one like Jesus. There is no one, there's no one like Jesus. There is no one, there's no one like Jesus. There's no one like Jesus. There's no one like Jesus. There's no one like
Yeah, welcome back. Such once again, it's really a sad moment. But one of the lines I did pick up from the Reverend who preached, he said, "This life of ours is not this life we're living is not ours. It could be called on one day." And for late innocent Chukwuma, indeed, he really left a huge impact, a huge legacy behind. It's amazing, 55 years of his life, and this he achieved a whole lot. One of the words I did see, he did empty himself, and yes, he did empty himself. So to move on, while we still watch what's going on in the church, so let's have Mr. Shetima join us. Please, could you on your camera? Great to have you, sir. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Abigail.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I realized that you have worked a lot with late innocent Chukwuma. And what was the working experience like for you? I did recollect, or I did read that Clean Foundation once had they got their first award from Macanto Foundation. So what was the working experience for you?
Thank you very much, Abigail. And first of all, let me say that probably it's not a mistake or not a mere coincidence that Innocent died over the weekend of Easter, and he's buried today, the day that the Muslim community is observing Ramadan as the end of Ramadan as well. So that is something that probably the Lord is telling us about Innocent, that I think we should all remember that important coincidence, that those two important dates in his life and the life of his family and those of his who are his friends as well. Certainly, Innocent, we met first of all as student activist before we came to the MacArthur Foundation and other things. He was, I think Oti was referring to his days in Maiduguri. And for me, I think that
can I touch a little bit? Let's the church service. Let's see the full
you are the very best of us. Where past tense. I struggle to think of you in the past tense. Struggle to think I'll never see your smile, never feel your hug, and never tell you I love you again. Never hear your advice. I will walk on this earth knowing you are not there anymore. I love you more than my words can ever tell. I will miss you with my whole entire soul. And though there will be moments I might struggle to cope, I will hold on, laugh, and continue to dream to the day my maker calls me home, reunited with my best love. Mine is titled Love, a Father's Love. Love is patient, love is kind. It keeps no records of wrong. Love protects and always trusts. A father's love for his daughters, the purest of them all. He holds her up and teaches her her worth. In his arms she finds comfort, a guiding light whose love shows her the way. A father's words, those slow to come, always packed with meaning, to keep her feet firmly planted on the ground. A father's love for his daughters, always multiplied from the seeds planted tenderly in her heart. And though life may do what life does, and take away his physical form, his legacy will always remain evidence of the love he never failed to give. The title of mine is Safe Space. My daddy was my safe space, my number one supporter, encourager, and motivator. He loved the fact that I was the only one who chose to be a science student and creator, which means I spent every coding class or initiative. Let me know that my failure shouldn't make me falter or spectator. He believed that failure didn't determine the trajectory of my life, or made my successes that more beautiful. Praised my strong points and advised me on how to overcome my weaknesses. He wanted to know all about my life. I was truly one of the kind. Although this hurts, I have all the peaceful memories to retreat behind. And I feel a little bit.
Okay, I think there's a little connection issue there. Mr. Shetima, please, could we have you back? Why did you fix that? Yeah. All right. Yeah, we could continue, sir. Yeah, you were trying to discuss,
yeah, I was
trying the background, how you guys met.
Yeah. So I was trying to recall that, before the MacArthur Foundation, we met as student activist. At that time, he was posted to Maiduguri, Borno State, as a youth corper. And, in those days, once you are a student activist, you always had a home away from home, because many of us belong to the same movement and organizations. And therefore, wherever you went, you always had your comrades who are your family members. So that was how we came, and we observed him as part of the family. And then eventually he joined the Civil Liberties Organization, and then NOPRIN, and then Clean Foundation. And when I joined the foundation a very long time ago, initially he was in NOPRIN at that point, and started supporting NOPRIN. And I think that, and then he moved on to Clean Foundation. I think that his own vision of demand and supply, I think, is the correct way to go. He believed that, you can have a demand side for advocacy, whereby you organize groups and organizations to do so. And that is what NOPRIN was all about, to demand for people's rights, advocate for police reform and other things. And then at the same time, when he moved to Clean, he thought that part of his contribution was really how could you do work more on the supply side? How do you support government to do better in what it intends to do and other things? So in NOPRIN, he was working on demand side of the work, and so was he was in CLO. And when he moved to Clean, he thought that there was a vacuum that needed to be supported and other things. And at the foundation, I think we are very, very excited and very glad, and in fact, some ways privileged to support groups like Clean Foundation, because foundations have money, but one of the most difficult things is to spend the money in a very constructive, helpful, and useful way to do that. So you may have several organizations, but there are very few of them who are able to deliver on what they want to do and what they should do and other things. And I think that for us, the MacArthur, we were very excited and very glad that we had the opportunity to support Clean Foundation, which I think is one of the stellar organizations, and it's one of the first organizations in Nigeria that received what we call the award for effective and creative institutions, and that enabled them to establish. And that support was really meant to give a general support to organizations so that they can establish, they can do whatever they want to do. And many of the organizations, what they wanted to do was essentially actually to get a building, to get a space that they can hold their own, so that they don't have to be worrying about paying for rent and looking for rent and other things as well. So we are very excited and very glad that we had that opportunity to support Clean Foundation as one of the first organizations. And since we started supporting them, I think we have been working in that regard. And we are also, so we have been supporting probably Clean Foundation now for over almost 20 years now. And I think that we're very excited and very glad to have the opportunity to do so.
Okay. Could we talk a little bit about the initiatives and the level of impact? What were the initiatives he brought in? Why what you?
So I think that for me, what I thought was a good analysis of the situation in Nigeria and other things. And one of the good analysis is to say that, look, change can only happen if you have civil society groups and organizations who are organized to demand change happens, and you in that work. But that change can be more effective, or actually most likely to happen, if you also have a responsive government in place. So that was why I thought that the idea of NOPRIN, which was a network of civil society groups and organizations that was on the demand side of the work, versus a Clean Foundation, which is on the supply side. Of the work, which is probably a best strategy of how do you bring about change, intention they have. You don't want to leave them and believe that their good intention is going to deliver the good. You have to have civil society groups and organizations who will be naming and shaming and yelling and other things. And at the same time, even if we do the naming and shelling and other things, if we also don't support government, because I think part of the challenge sometimes is that government actually don't know what to do. And therefore supporting them with things I think should be, that was how Clean and NOPRIN work together.
Yeah, let me get back to you. Let's see what's happening in the church. Go to you, Chi.
Where the organs, life, already presented to the family. Praise the Lord. Yes, why will God these people of God, the fact you have Uganda as the program, pages 28 forward, pages 28. Life sometimes of innocence because of this. Wish
Thank you everyone for coming. My father was a wonderful man. He cared about his community. He cared about where he came from. And like the bishop said earlier, he cared about this church. So whatever, like, they were talking about the function of the church, whatever you can do for that. But just in conclusion, thank you all. And yeah, thank you for honoring my dad.
Thank you. And we have ezigbo mmadụ n'obi ndụ aka ụzọ dị iche iche karịsịcha na ọ wụrụ mmasị nna ya na ụlọ a na-abaga anyị na ọnwụ onye a ga-ejisi ike ọrụ ihe ga na-aba ndị mmadụ.
Okay, yeah, we're back, sir. So before we left to see what's happening in the church, we're talking about some of the initiative and the impacts Innocent made so far. So could we continue in that discussion?
Thank you, Abigail. I just want to also add that certainly Innocent, as many have said, as a serial entrepreneur, he is one who has always thought about, building institutions and starting and actually doing startups, so to speak, because he was able to start up so many other initiatives. The work that he has done in establishing an ICT hub is certainly one of the major, I think, initiatives he had. He has brought together many of us, for example, to support the Nigeria Center for Disease Control when the pandemic started. I think he brought some of us to see how we may be able to support Dr. Kwechi, the executive secretary, to do, the DG, to do what he needs to do. He understood that the institution, as an institution, as a government institution, could not perhaps voice out some of his own challenges and shortcomings and other things. So he thought that finding people outside of government that could articulate the concerns and the issues of the institution was one of the things that I think he thought we should do. And we met regularly to give our own informal advice and formal advices, and also work with a number of people who could articulate those views and perspectives that the institution could not on its own do. So it was essentially some form of advisory committee to the NCDC itself. Similarly, when Atedo Peters was appointed as the co-chair of the federal government's visioning for 2050, I think he also brought a few of us who are outside of government to be a sounding voice and perspective to help Atedo Peters to hear what other people are thinking about the country, their vision for the country and other things. So you can see that he was a restless soul, so to speak, of trying to look for things to do different and other things as well. And I, he was always very creative, very articulate, and as a person, an individual, I think we are aware of a lot of the work that he has done also globally at the altars and other institutions that he has done a lot of work. He was very passionate about civil society, really, and how do we ensure that we have a very robust but also accountable civil society in Nigeria. He felt that a number of the things that we are doing in civil society had lost its legitimacy and other things, and he was very much instrumental to getting a rockstar started in Nigeria, because he believed that a center, a place, a space whereby civil society could be seen as a legitimate institution and a voice and a space that can articulate, but a legitimate subject for research, for scholarship, for training was certainly another of the things that he really felt that should be done as well. When he moved to the Ford Foundation, after Adhiambo left, I think that one of the things that he was really championing was how could the private foundations that their headquarters in the United States could come together and work together much more closely. And I think that and that was how we started what we call ourselves the G3, which was the MacArthur Ford Foundation and the Open Society, where we regularly met to discuss the situation in the country and what we should be doing and other things, and eventually did a lot of things together in terms of pooling our resources and trying to see what we can do better as a group rather than as individuals that are working together as well. So he always thought about coming together and working together. And of course, many of you are aware of the work that he has done in impact investment. I think that he was certainly a pioneer in that direction of some sort, whereby he was really looking out to see how, outside of the work of the private foundations and outside of the work of the Nigerian foundations, what are the other resources that are available in doing that? And he thought that impact investment could be another resources to the country, so that the simple the simple grants that will come from other foundations and others. things. But as a social enterprise, people can get. Innocent was, he was always thinking about, what to do next, and what to do next. And I remember that the week before he died, I remember that I was supposed to call him because there was some initiative that we had with him, and some of the people on this here were involved, because we felt for a very long time, since the death of Chima Ubani, that many of our people who we call our comrades have left children, they have left their wives, they have left their parents, and that nobody was thinking of them in any organized fashion or form. And we thought, and we worked very hard. And I want to thank Amina Sali, who was really the engine behind pushing us to do. We had the ideas, but she had the drive to make it happen, to put together what we call a solidarity fund, so that we could support the siblings, the parents of our late comrades, so that they could be proud and be happy to be associated with us and our things. Because I always tell people that, look, if our children see us dying wretched, why will our children look up to us? The new money bags, the Yahoo boys, the criminals in our society who have stolen so much money, who can give so many things to their children. And that is the role model that they see, because they will go out to play with our kids. Our children will not have good shoes. They will not have the bicycles to be riding around. They will not be wearing decently and other things. So why will our children believe in anything outside of what the Yahoo boys and other people are doing? Because they can see that the Yahoo boys' children are doing much better than us and other things. So that was what really informed us. And I think that we met, and we appointed him to be the chair of our fundraising committee. That was, I think we met in February, and he was, helping us, to put together some ideas. How do we go about putting some funding to the Solidarity Fund, so that we may be able to take care of the next generation of the people who are coming behind us, so that they can see that there is something, that you can believe in something big than yourself, and you can offer something big for the country and for the people, for humanity, and still be a decent human being, and as well, and other things. So I think that, every time, in any time, he has always been looking up things, what we should do, what we can do, and other things as well. He is a person of so many lives. And I think that many of us probably know Innocent in one aspect of his life, but I think that this last 3-4 weeks or so has really opened up the various facets of his life, to see people who knew him for one thing, and then really suddenly realizing that actually the man has so many lives that none of us knew until after his death as well, and other things as well.
Yeah. So talking about the last initiative, the last plan you had with Innocent Chukwuma before his demise, what's the plan so far? Are you going to continue with it?
Oh yeah. Well, I think that that actually even, and his death also gives even more reason why we should do it. I think his death is why we should do it, and I think that certainly is something that we are very much committed to it, to ensure that we establish a fund that will be able to support people whose parents, whose spouses, whose siblings actually believe in something bigger than themselves, and so we thought about humanity in a bigger picture than the narrowness of what many of people believe in and other things. So we certainly intend to continue with pursuing the cause of the Solidarity Fund, and I think it will be tragic if we just drop it. I think he will not forgive us if we do that, because this is something he believed in. And this is something that he has had commitment and shown a lot of passion for it. And the least we can do is to continue his legacy by trying to ensure that we are able to establish the Solidarity Fund to support people who are who have ideas bigger than themselves and their families and other things.
Yeah. Okay. I know one of the concepts or one of the ideas late Innocent Chukwuma was pushing was the need for the concept of community and intelligent-led policing. That's in terms of the policing system in Nigeria. He had so many hopes and so many aspirations regarding that. I know he also established the Stop the Bribe social media interactive platform, case tracking system of performance and evaluation standard in the state CID. And so there were so many reforms he tried to institute in the policing system. So what can you say about it?
Well, sometimes, Innocent, so, we invite him formally to places like Chicago and other places. And I always tell him that, Innocent, MacArthur Foundation has so much money. And MacArthur Foundation could not reform the police in Chicago. Do you think that we can reform the police in Nigeria and other things, So we tell him that, this is a task that, I'm not sure that we can actually accomplish if we can reform the police in Chicago, which is the home of MacArthur. I'm not sure to what extent we can actually reform the police in a far place like Nigeria and other things as well. And I think that certainly Innocent, I think he appreciated, I think the difficulties and the challenges of the police, but he was somebody who was never to say never give up about that. So he was eternally optimistic that, we can do something about it. And I think that part of it is also that, revolution or any change will not happen probably in the course of our lives, And the other thing I always tell people about foundations and other things is that foundations should never think that they are going to make an impact in 5 years, 10 years. No. Some of the things that will happen is only after our lifetime. Some of the things, that initiative that we have started, I think that judging by 4 or 5 years, we will say it is a failure. We will say it is a failure because we will not see all the metrics about indicators and other things in our, in the 5 years, we will never see them, But some of the ideas that probably we have sown 10, 20, 15 years will be the one that will germinate in the next 20, 30 years. And that might be right after our lifetime. And for me, there are two examples that tells me that. One is Next 234 newspaper. Next 234 newspaper as a business enterprise was a disaster. I think people came together and said, we want to establish Next 234. We want to start one of the best investigative journalism platform. And Dele, Olojede, and others went into the banks, and Dapo, Kadria, all of them, went to the bank, borrowed money, people invested in everything. Of course, the government made sure that it did not succeed because they intimidated all the people who are doing advertisement in the newspaper, and the newspaper as a business totally collapsed. But 10 years after, that was when Premium Time started. And Premium Time started from the ashes of Next 234. And the other initiatives also continued from where Next 234. So if you were to judge the success of Next 234, for example, from what it was when it died, of course, you will also always say that, oh, this is a business disaster, that we should have never have gotten into it. But some of the ideas that were planted during those periods, some of the investigations that were done by Next 234 at that point were some of the most important investigations that have been carried out since then and have yielded a lot of results as a result of the, what you may call the foundational investigation that have been done by newspapers like Next 234. The same thing with the work that have been done around the criminal justice system. I recall, I think it was January 2000 or 2001, visiting the late Bola Ige, we was in Maitama, some Minister's Hill, I think at that time. And he was talking about the criminal justice system as a ligament of society. I didn't know understood that one because I'm not a lawyer, And then we started working with a group of people around the criminal justice system in Nigeria. And I think the first support was in 2003. But since 2003, nothing happened, as if we were just banging our head and nothing was happening until 2015, when President Jonathan Goodluck signed the bill which established the Administration of Criminal Justice Act. So 2003 up to 2015, many administrations have come through, all these times, and we were banging our head, is this going to happen? Is not going to happen? Blah, 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 and all things. If we had just given up hope and said, look, this is total disaster and everything, probably, President Jonathan Goodluck would not have signed that act, and this could not have been a reality in our system. And so I think that Innocent also, in my view, yes, he really wants to see a reform of our police system. And I think that he certainly, but he was not blinded by the challenges of what is possible to do with the police. And he always thought of the process as, it's a zigzag. Today you go forward, tomorrow you go backward. Today you go forward, you go backward. So you have very good police, inspector generals of police who have done a lot of good things. And we had many bad police inspectors of police who have taken us back some few years back, and I think. And so change will happen, but change will be incremental, but change will also, will see some backward steps, and it will not be an overnight change. But some of the ideas and other things that have been produced through the work of CLEAN, I'm sure they will see the light of the day in the medium to the long term as well.
Yeah. Okay. I also want to ask, we have a lot of civil society organization now currently, and some will still come up. So what are those values you think we should all look out for? What are those values we should try to emulate from late Innocent Chukwuma?
I think the number one is you have to believe in it. You have to believe in what you are doing. I think that part of the challenge we have is that many people who come to civil society, they come to it as a job. They are looking for a job, or they hear that there is money in the NGO community, and therefore they come to it. And that for me is the number one reason why you should never come to it, if you are sincere about what you want to do and other things. So I think that people like Innocent, as you know, and many people like him before him came to the work around civil society because they actually believe in something. They actually believe in something that they want to do for the country, for the people, for humanity. So that drive, that passion, that's something that wakes you up in the night to be thinking about what is it that I can do for people, for others, for humanity, is what to me is the most important and most central thing that we all have to do in order to make this work a success. If we don't believe in it as a passion, as a value, as something that we wake up in the night, in the middle of the night to think about it, I don't think that we'll be very successful in what we're trying to do and other things. And that, to me, the value is the number one thing that we want to do. I know competence and other things are important, other things, but I tell people that, I can always buy competence. I can get a competent person to do the work. But if I don't have the person who actually truly believes in what I'm doing, then for me, that to me is totally a total mess.
Yeah. All right, so then what would be your final words to his loved ones and family?
Well, I was fortunate to visit Josephine and the girls about a month ago, and I said that the innocent death is, you just have to believe in faith. You have to believe in something to deal with the situation. You have to believe in something in order to really to come to terms with what has happened. If you try to explain, or if you try to rationalize, to analyze and other things, you will never come to terms with what has happened as other things. So I want them to once again say that, you just have to be faithful about what has happened. Don't analyze, don't over-explain, and don't over-ask why and why and why. And I said that, as I said earlier on, the fact that he died on the eve of Easter, and the fact that he's today, which is the day that probably, I don't know, 1 billion Muslims or whatever the number is, gone to observe Ramadan, Eid al-Fitr, I don't think that this is just a mere coincidence. Maybe something somewhere is telling us something about him. And I think that is what we should all focus on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's amazing. Like he really spent, he really contributed a whole lot. The amazing part is that the more you get to know him, the more you see several aspects of Innocent Chukwuma. It's not something we can exhaust in a day. So thank you once again. Let's see what's happening in the church currently. Uche, over to you. While we're still waiting to see what's happening in the church, I will take few quotes made by the late Innocent Chukwuma. One of them says, "Fighting corruption, which is very deep-seated in this country, requires a revolutionary approach." Another quote says, "You don't need to be very educated or rich to lead a struggle. If a poor illiterate woman could rally other women to protest unfair taxation and high-handedness of the colonial authority, any one of us can lead change too. In all jurisdictions where corruption had been fought effectively, you had always had a symbol. Somebody would, through his lifestyle, you can say is a symbol that the people can look up to. And lastly, being a child of conflict or war, the whole idea of role model or mentoring did stick with me. What drove me was principles rather than human beings." Okay, we still have another one here. To fight corruption requires interagency cooperation and interdisciplinary approach. It is not something that can be left to one agency alone, however strong and effective that agency is. There's a lot of quotes that late Innocent Chukwuma did make, and he won't be forgotten for it. So I don't know if there's anyone that wants to make a short a short suggestion or such contribution? I know we did have, was it Amanda? We can't call it effectively. So while we're still waiting to see what's happening in church, does anyone want to make any contribution or just state a little bit what the experience working with Innocent Chukwuma was like? And then we'll be having our next guest, that's Prof. Pat Utomi, who will be joining us shortly. But before then, let's take contributions from the participants.
Abigail, I think I saw Haja Sodotumadi somewhere.
Okay, I'm trying to. Okay, I can see Bishop Kuka. I'm going to ask you to unmute. Please unmute yourself and just make it brief so we could take a lot more before we have our next guest join us.
Good. Well, I'm having a little bit of problem here, but good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon. Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. Well, let me thank my friend Dr. Kole Shetima for such an excellent expose. There's very little to add except to say that well, I caught up with Innocent after he had come back from Maiduguri, but I know he, Clement Nwankwo, and the real generation of the civil society. On the fact that I shared, hello?
Yeah, we can hear you now. I think you did.
Yeah, well, we shared quite a lot together at the ANAP Foundation, chaired by Dr. Atedo Peterside. Actually, one of the reasons why I'm unable to be at Mpam at the funeral, because I had all my tickets sorted out. But once PTM announced the new regulations, I had to stay back. So I just want to use this opportunity to thank everybody, but also to say that I see Adiambo is here. I hope she will have something to say. But to say, you know, the journey for civil society has only just begun, and the thoughts of Innocence should renew our commitment to building a just and an egalitarian society. So once again, my condolences and thank you for doing this. May God bless you all, and may Innocent rest in peace.
Thank you. Amen. I know someone was raising up his hands. Please, could you? Someone was raising up his or her hands. Let me know, please. Mandy. We said you please make a contribution.
Thank you and good morning, brothers and sisters. My name is Saudato Mahdi, by the way. And just like Reverend Kuka has said, Kole has told us many things that many of us would never have known about Chukwuma. Yeah. But one thing I remember and which really remains relevant and we have to work on is on one of the occasions that the Makata president came to Nigeria. I happened to be one of those who had dinner with him, and I was seated next to Chukwuma. And at that time, our concern and the very passionate concern he expressed was about succession in building civil society platforms. He was very concerned with what he had to go through after leaving clean, and also shared, some experiences of others. And also I shared my fears about what's, going to be about Rapa beyond me. And one of the things we're thinking of, like Kole said, Chukwuma is always thinking, what can we do better? What can we do to make things better in one way or the other? It's okay, we needed to start something that, prepares the young people to succeed us and to ensure that the labor we put in, this passion we bring, we are able to kind of rub it off on the new generation behind us. It is about conviction, it is about passion. But Chukwuma was very, very concerned that night, and he started thinking something, but down the line, it went off, because he became very busy with the Ford Foundation. But I believe it is something that people like Kole and others who are senior in this game should really be looking at. What happens to those passionate initiatives we start off after our demise or after our departure to other endeavors in life. And I want to use this opportunity on behalf of RAPA and the chair of the Board of Trustees of RAPA to convey our condolences to Josephine and the girls, and to also say to her, we are always there for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have Odaga. I'm going to kindly unmute yourself, and the floor is open for you to speak. Odaga.
I think Adiambo.
Yes, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for the opportunity to say a few words. It's actually quite difficult to talk about Innocent's passing because it happened so quickly, but such is life. And I'm grateful for Kole's extensive comments about Innocent, which bring back a lot of memories. Before I met Innocent in the late 1990s, I had learnt about the foundation, CLEAN, his foundation's work through Kwasi Edo and other colleagues of mine at Ford Foundation who worked on peace and social justice. For us, he was a quintessential, quote unquote, visionary leader on the front lines of social change that the Ford Foundation supported. And across the Ford Foundation, his leadership and innovative approaches were a point of reference, always talked about because of the leadership in policing, as well as in the peace and security field, which was very much an area the foundation was engaged with at that time. And of course, for those of us in the Lagos office, it was always a source of pride that whenever there were discussions happening internationally, Nigeria would come up and invariably CLEAN and some of those other fantastic human rights organizations of the late 1990s in Nigeria would come up. When I had the opportunity to work closely with Innocent directly, I really came to appreciate his commitment to working through collaborations with all stakeholders, no matter what the circumstances were. I realized that this was part of his confidence and optimism in Nigeria and Nigerians' ability to rise above and tackle the country's challenges and to really help build a bigger, better Nigeria that meets its potential. I also realized that his affable and calm personality belied his strong values and powers of persuasion. He was an astute leader and with a compassionate heart. And I think in CLEAN, he built and has left behind an organization with a mission that will continue to reach ambitious goals for Nigeria. And I think it was a huge gift that Innocent was and is on record as the first Nigerian to lead the Ford Foundation Office for West Africa. And that's something he did with a lot of aplomb and with a lot of creativity, as we've heard. I haven't been around much in Nigeria to hear firsthand, but I know that his accomplishments provide an outstanding example of how to make a difference, leading from the front, in tackling not just the immediate issues at hand, but the building blocks. I think Kole has spoken extensively to his commitment to institution building. And I think that's something that we always remember him from, because without strong institutions, we're not going anywhere. So I was looking forward to catching up with Innocent when I returned to Nigeria mid-year. However, God has called him home to rest in his bosom, and he's left behind something that we should all be proud of and that we should emulate. So we give glory for that. And I'd like to commiserate with Josephine and his lovely daughters, and indeed with all of us. This is a big loss for Nigeria. But in many ways, we now actually see the full innocent, for all that he did. And we thank him for his leadership in civil society, for his commitment to Nigeria. And we're inspired to do better for Nigeria, particularly at a time like this. Nigeria can draw a lot on his thoughts and his strategies on peacekeeping. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Do we have more contribution? And please, Prof. Patutomi, if you're with us, please just let me know. Just let me know. Do we have more contribution? I think Prof. Patutomi is with us, the founder of the Center of Value and Leadership. Welcome, Prof. I think he's with us here. We're trying to co-host you so you could turn on your video. Hello, Prof. Let me know whether you could hear me. Okay. But Prof, can you hear me? Okay. Okay, while we're still waiting on the host to sort out the issue with to sort out the issue we're having with Prof joining in, please, we appreciate if we could have more contributions from the participant. what has been your working experience with the late comrade Innocent Chukwuma? Okay, I can see Mr. Aibe wants to speak.
Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, there's one of the, I'm not too familiar with the Mr. Innocent. I got to know about it just of recent, and listening to most of the comments about him, I was moved to tears. I was really moved. I was so emotional about it. And this kind of people, this kind of young Nigerians that will have faith in that they can, Nigeria as a country has a great future ahead of us. So I really want to, and I saw the number of participants there. Professor Bono is one of my professors I respect so much, and Patutomi and Bishop Matikuka, for them to have that time to join in this service of Innocent is really laudable, and I really appreciate that. And that means has really added value to our society. It's not how long you live on earth, is the value and impact it creates to society. And I really want to praise the CSO organization for to remember him and to commend what he has done. So there's one quote he mentioned, you read one of the quotes he made. Hello?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Okay, one of the quotes he made about interagency cooperation and like a synergy effort, which in solving corruption in Nigeria. And I see it is very relevant to our insecurity in the country, that if the law enforcement agency can synergize and come together, instead of finding ourselves competing among themselves and trying to, and that's why the insecurity is spreading like wildfire. Illumina national chaos is that it's visible now, if not all the agencies coming together to form that synergy, like you rightly said, that because we have a very weak institution in this part of the world, and if the law enforcement agency can come together and synergize, interagency cooperation in solving our security issues, it will really help a long way, not just fighting corruption generally, but society as a whole will be a very fundamental place. So thank you for this opportunity being given. It's a great privilege to participate in this memorial talk about Innocent Chukwuma. It's a great privilege. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think we have Prof. Patutomi, who have made you a co-host. I don't know. Can you hear me now? Can you turn on your camera? We can't hear you. We can't hear you, sir. So could you turn on your camera? Could you try turning on your camera? I think we're having a little difficulty in getting them Prof. Okay, while we're still sorting that out, I can see one hand raised up from Ojewale. I'm going to unmute you. So,
good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Good afternoon.
Okay, thank you so much. So my name is Oluwole Ojewale, and I have been privileged to work with Innocent directly and indirectly for my 5 years and 6 months of working in Clean Foundation. And then I think just trying to add my voice to the encomium and the tribute that people have been pouring out since the very tragic incident of his departure on the 4th of April. A number of qualities that I think it's very, very important for us to emulate are the things that I would like to quickly highlight. And I think judging from what I've heard from most of his contemporaries, from Dr. Kole Shetima, and then a couple of others that have spoken, there are things that are very, very dear to Innocent's heart. And one of the things is a commitment to youth development. Majority of all of us that have had the privilege of meeting Innocent or working directly or directly with him, I think we met him in our late 20s and probably our early 30s. And it's quite very revealing how accessible and Innocent is for the very few years that I've had the privilege of working with him. Irrespective of who you are, what you know, and even how young you are, you find Innocent very, very accessible. And a couple of such experiences I can go on and on and on to narrate. And it was after his death that it actually became a huge revelation to a lot of people that despite the fact that Innocent was down to heart, he was highly connected globally and nationally. I'm trying to just oppose the revelations with some of the direct experiences that I've had with him, which I've also shared with friends. I could recall on a few occasions that Innocent will come to Clean, and a couple of persons that are familiar with Abuja have seen Innocent in regular green taxi. These regular taxis on the road, he would, bought the taxi to the office, very unassuming. You wouldn't believe he was the founder of Clean Foundation. And then despite the fact that he has this big man connection in quotes, a few experiences that I've had with him showed him as a very humble person, very humble person. I could recall two of such experiences. One occasion I was at the grantees meeting of Ford Foundation in Banana Island, and irrespective of the multitude that were present in that meeting, even though I was relatively new in the clean employment then, Innocent still found time to to speak to me and ask about how I'm coping on the job and everything. I found that very, very humble. On another occasion, we met at a conference in Accra in Ghana. And then I didn't know he was coming for the conference, and we met in the lift. And being a very young person that I am, I tried to help him to carry his shuttle bag. And the pushback was a shocker for me that no, it's not possible. And then after the conference that day, I'd forgotten that they were going to have a hangout together at the hotel. So I slept off. And I woke up in the morning, saw a lot of messages, chats, even email from Innocent saying, "Where are you? Don't you know that we're having a get together?" And here I was a very young boy who had just joined Clean Employment, and I was feeling like, why would Innocent be so down to earth, looking for me in this big conference and all those things? A lot of experiences, and I think I will anchor on the note of the fact that we're very privileged to have some leaders in the civil society organization who have also talked about the legacies of Innocent. And I think one of the things that we can do is to actually see a commitment to development of other young actors within the sector who will be able to carry on this legacy and ensure that their ideas and the ideas that they have been pursuing right from the very brutal days of the military administration in Nigeria can actually start seeing the light of the day, and then we are able to have a better Nigeria. We truly lost a legend, we truly lost a leader, we truly lost a comrade, and we truly lost an inspiring leader indeed. And I believe the legacies of Innocent will continue to speak as long as we remain committed to some of his ideas that he actually exemplified when he was alive. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Prof, are you still with us? I can see so many hands, but let's see if Prof Patutomi can come up, and after having his section, then we could take more contribution. Prof, are you still with us? Okay, while we're still waiting on him to join, could we take I can see Dio or Lady. I think I will meet you. You could speak. Yeah.
Hi. Good afternoon, everybody. And I just feel the need to also add voice to all that have been said about Innocent. I met Innocent, I think, in the early 90s or mid 90s, actually, when I joined the CLO, Civil Liberties Organization. And Innocent was then in charge of the police and law enforcement project of CLO. And I think that a lot of what had been said about his commitment, about his family life, about his drive, I think all of those things you could actually see, even right from the beginning, by which I mean his early days in the struggle against military rule in Nigeria. But a few things I just like to also add. I think by far the most outstanding thing about Innocent is his vision. Innocent is a visionary change advocate, and he's very courageous as well. And I think those two qualities are important to stress. At a point when the police was considered as untouchable, irreformable, that was the time when Innocent decided I was going to set up a nonprofit that will pursue the goal of actually reforming the police. Back in the days at Sierra Leone, I was one of those that I asked him, are you sure you've given this thing any serious thought? The police is what you think you can change. And I think that just sort of fits into what Collie also said earlier about reforming the police. And his decision to leave CLO, which was perhaps the frontline non-profit at that point in time. At CLO, you didn't need to write proposals to attract funding. Our donors were basically writing to us. And now you want to leave that comfort zone to go set up Clean. So he had a vision and he pursued it. And he pursued it aggressively to the point where today we can talk about Clean as probably the most outstanding agency working on anything police. Hello?
Yeah, could continue.
So I think that his courage, his visionary is something that is probably one of the most outstanding parts of Innocent. And I think those two qualities kept driving him. Because when you listen to all of the encomiums, all of the praises and the tributes about his creativity, his ability to be able to identify opportunities, and his ability to be able to mobilize people around those opportunities and bring them into reality. These are not mere, characteristics that everybody has. I think that those qualities, actually stand out Innocent. And those are some of the things that we will miss now that he's gone. But I think I still find strength in the fact that even when he gave his all, in the process of doing that, he was also raising new armies. So the last speaker, for example, said when he came into Clean, he was a young man, but today he's also a strong soldier in the field. The executive directors that we have seen come after him at Clean, they are pointers to the fact that, yes, this man did not just invest himself into doing the work, but in the course of doing that, he was also raising new armies that are able to continue the work. And I think that's an additional, point that we need to pay attention to. The civil society today needs more and more of those visionary leadership, selfless service, and leaders that are committed to raising new leaders after them. Innocent is my friend, was my colleague, and was my brother. I'm going to miss him. And my prayer is that for his family, God will continue to strengthen them, particularly my dear sister, Josephine, who has been the bedrock, the strength and the pillar behind Innocent and all that Innocent has become and was able to achieve. I pray that God will strengthen her and the children. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. While we are about to see to see what's happening currently in Embassy, I think Innocent will finally be laid to rest. Let's quickly just take Tony Okpara. Tony Okpara before we switch. Tony Okpara, the floor is open. You can speak.
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you. You're good.
Yes, I want to pay tribute
I feel bereaved at his person. Innocent was a gentleman. And if you work closely with him as I did several years ago, you'll come to that conclusion. He was somebody that recognized talent and would not stand in the way of that talent. I was recruited to edit the Law Enforcement Review, this magazine that tried to interface with civil society and law enforcement. But not long after I came in, Innocent created a rule that, look, yes, I brought you in for this, but I think you do well managing managing community policing. Between both of us, we traveled far and near, establishing police community partnership programs in different parts of the country. Sometimes at very short notice. I can remember one example where we went to one village in Maiduguri. And when we finished, I wanted to go to Abuja, but he persuaded me and said, Tony, you've worked long. Let's go to let's go get back to Lagos this Friday. And we flew back. Tony, now that you are leaving, find somebody, find another journalist to take over your responsibilities. And he didn't just, his creativity would make him do things that he wasn't caught up for. I remember dragging him to do interviews because each time we want to publish a law enforcement review, we will latch it on one great person that will do interview. And most of the time, I will tell him, I'm going to join me to interview this man. He said, okay, have you set up the interview? I said, yes. When are we going? I said, let's do it. Let's do the interview very early. On one occasion, we had to interview, Shola William in Iju. We had to go very early. By 6 a.m. on the dot, I was in his house in Ikeja. And you would think that, okay, when I get there, I will sit down waiting for him. It will take time. But when I got to his house, he was ready. He said, are you set for the interview? I said, yes, let's go. And we went. At the interview, he was the one asking, raising most of the questions from law enforcement and police. The guy, he had lots of knowledge in that area, community policing. I took a seat back. I said, look. With Shola Williams, you will see his handwork. He is unforgettable. You can't have worked with Innocent and walk away without learning something from him. He taught me a lot. I mean, whenever we go to one village, from Ipokia to Zaria to Port Harcourt to he will take a back seat and I'll run the show. He won't interfere. He wouldn't interfere in making sure that the people that he worked with took, what I call it, take the glory for the work that they do. Person will take a back seat and let you shine. I remember I was recruited and was sent to Abuja immediately. The police in a democracy, to which a book came out, Policing a Democracy, that was published in the early years of Chief Obasanjo's government. Ogaga Ifowodo will remember, because both of them, him and Innocent himself, reviewed that book that we finally published. And we published a lot in that direction. The current chair of the Board of Claim, Professor Etanibe, will also remember all the meetings, all the work we did. Dr. Otelagoguatu from University of Lagos will also remember. all the work we did under Innocent. He was very creative. So later I left clean, but I was still in touch with colleagues. I heard where he moved to Fourth Foundation. I knew that he had an imprint in making an impact wherever he went to. And that was why, even when he stepped out of clean, he had other people carrying, and clean did not suffer for. They didn't suffer one day because he had left the helm. He put it in charge of people that could carry on, and he didn't interfere. Nigeria and Africa will have lost a great son in Innocent. When we say people have lost a son. But I encouraged that, like the last speaker said, there are other people, armies that he has raised to carry on. Even in Noprin that was created, that is running player indeed, was a team player. Everywhere he went, you couldn't leave Innocence, you couldn't leave his presence without noticing that indeed this was a great Nigeria. Like I said, Namuku, Lanodo, for those who will not hear you, I said, my Oga, go in peace. It's not goodbye to Innocent. It's just good night. On resurrection morning, we surely will meet you.
Well, thank you for that, Mr. Tony Opara. Thank you. As we can see, he's finally laid to rest. Let's switch to NBC. Let's see what's happening. Over to you, Paddy. Let's see what's happening.
The faith move of restoration to eternal life through our. We commend the soul of our brother Innocent to Almighty God and commit to the ground, earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. May the Lord bless him and keep him. The Lord makes his face shine upon him and be gracious to him. May the Lord lift up his countenance upon him and give him peace. Amen. The Lord be with you. Let us pray. Our Father in heaven, hallowed be our name. Your kingdom come, your will be done on earth as in heaven. Give us today our bread. Forgive us our sins as we forgive those who sin against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For the kingdom, the power, and glory are yours, now and forever. Amen. Lord, grant him eternal rest. Light of his may his soul and the soul of those that have died in Christ rest in perfect peace. Nunc Dimittis. May the God of peace, through the blood of the new covenant, make you perfect. To do his for what is placed of God Almighty, Son, and the Holy Spirit be with you and be with you. No. The night perfect, peace perfected. Abandon Jesus, whispers be within. His perfect peace, but tongue in the despair to do the will of Jesus is his rest. Peace, perfect peace, with sorrows all Jesus, but do not but come in on. Peace, perfect peace, with loved ones far away, in Jesus keeping we are safe and there. Peace, perfect peace, our future all unknown. Jesus, we know, and He is on the throne. Peace, perfect peace, calling us and us. Jesus has conquered death and all is past. Like seas billows roll. Whatever parts you have taught me to say, it is well, well with my soul. Da, 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 dun, dun, da, 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 da. Can we go? When peace like a river attended the land, when sorrow lies in us, whatever you have taught me to say, it is well, it is well with my soul. It is well. It is well. It is well. It is well with my soul. Though Satan may thee, calm assurance come true, that Christ knows my need and my hope. Blessed them and share the blood for my sin. With my soul joy. Oh, joy of the glorious Lord. In the temple, in it, so bless Lord, bless thou, oh my soul. in God, confiding your truth is in Christ, abiding holy through the Spirit guiding us, must be well. Happy still in God, confiding, fruitful, if in Christ abiding, holy through the Spirit's guide him all, must be well. We expect a bright tomorrow, all everywhere. Today, our sorrow, all is well. Oh, our Father, Lord, rely in Jesus. Every need supplying, then in living, or in dying, or give to the wind that fears, hope and be not dismay. God hears thy sight and count thy tears. God shall lift thy head. Da, 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 da. Give to thy wind thy fear, hope and be on dismay. God hear thy sigh and count thy tears. God shall lift up thy head. God shall lift up thy head. The winds and clouds and storm, he gently clears the way. Shall this night and enjoy yours. The winds and clouds and storms, he gently clears the way. Wait thou his time, so shall this night soon end in joyous day. Still heavenly in thy heart, trust in thy spirit, thou cast on thy will, let fear depart, and every care be gone, and every care be gone, where the heaven and proclaim God's strength on the throne, and ruleth all things, and ruleth all things well. Live to his sovereign will, to choose and to command. So
Yeah. Such a sad day. Okay, here we have I've finally connected with Prof. Patutomi. So he'll be on me, putting on his camera shortly. Hello, Prof.
Hi, yeah, you can I'm on my camera. Voice and camera. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think you need to mute your devices. So we just speak through this one. Yeah. Yes, sir.
It is a day of some sadness.
Yeah.
But you know, if you are a person of faith, if you are a Christian, you have to understand that man's nature is transcendental, and that we continue on the other side, and that the other side is the side that we have worked for all of our lives. With innocent, we are dealing with a life of impact. Many times, people look at how long, but in truth, it is how well that matters the most. If you just do the faith angle, the impact of the life of Jesus in a very short period of time of 33 years. If many people did 2,000 years, they would make that impact. And so it's really about how well. And we can say that innocent acts so much in these 55 years. I connect to, or connected to innocent. It's so hard to speak in past tense about him. In so many different ways. First of all, he was part of a tradition of student union life at the University of Nigeria, perhaps about 12 years after my own time there, when we were quite active and probably have set some tone for the future of student unionism. Innocent was remarkable in having done so much that he did not wear his accomplishment on his shoulder. He came with enormous humility to service. And that's what our country desperately needs today. Humility in service, passionate commitment to the common good, rather than the obsessive self-love, the narcissism that has unfortunately held our country down. In a sense, moved from those student young days to the work he did around civil liberties. At the time that Innocent and some of his colleagues were engaged in the work of civil liberties, I was active in the arena. Even though COVID life, I was very active in civil society. In the early to mid-90s. We founded the Concerned Professionals. Innocent was, of course, working with Lisa Bokoba and others as CLO. Incidentally, Lisa Bokoba and I had been involved with a group about the time that I just came back from grad school, 1982, 83, and the time when Sabakova was at the Nigerian Institute for International Affairs. There was a really good group of well-educated young Nigerians who had returned to the country that spent a lot of time gathering at the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs. I wrote many years after that. After a while, most of them left the country, and it was just Felix Abakaba, Kenya, Salah, and myself that were left from that group of nearly 20. But the ideas that would become, I guess, yellow, thanks of course to the team that worked around with Clement Wambo and others, we are originally not just during those heavy days when the Salah group spent around 1983, 84, around the Nigerian International Affairs, brainstorming the future of Nigeria. Many of those involved in Innocent's group did pretty remarkable work. I think that it is from their time that what you can formally call organized civil society, as we know it currently in Nigeria, really took roots. And all this, myself and others had founded in 1983 what we call the Congress of Concerned Citizens. But I think that structuring horizontal linkages properly for advocacy began to take root around when Innocent and co-worked with Lisa and Clement and others at founded to think that at the time we awakened in Nigeria, and in Nigeria, that would look innocent. But one of the things that persons can do is that they can inspire new people, because the story of the one who is passing can be a source of new energy for the next generation. It's usually said that it is important for a generation to make its shoulders available for the next generation to stand up so that they can see tomorrow more clearly and therefore organize better. In many ways, we have not done that as we should, but with this kind of passing, the dramatic way that Innocent has passed, it could focus energies on trying to capture his work and his life in the way that you all who have put this together have done a remarkable job of work, and that these could be the kind of pooling of knowledge about what had happened in the past that can energize younger people to take on this mission and perhaps run it better than those who ran it yesterday. And so I joined millions of well-meaning people from around the world who pretend to celebrate the life that Innocent has lived rather than be spent in mourning at his untimely passing. I would want to commend his spouse and partner who was with him through a good part of the struggles, to God's care, for fortitude, and the children. I had a chance to see them a couple of times during the activities in Lagos, and visits to different groups. I'm certain that the goodwill that Innocent left and the surge in new thinking because of his life will give them consolation and will enable them and live in the assurance that he did not live in vain, but he lived for great purpose. In a time when in this our society there is a tendency to focus more on power rather than purpose, it is a wonderful thing to be able to hold up the life of a person like Innocent who lived a purposeful life, and hope that the generation learns from it so that our country may be able to sacrifice for the next generation to have a better place to live in. I was minded to try and put together thoughts on some of the areas that I had spoken very frequently with Innocent on lately. I had found a new group from out of the concerned professionals, and that we call the New Vivian Society of the Concerned Professionals. And we had a weekly meeting to reflect on the challenges facing Nigeria and how best to solve them. Innocent was a part of that group, and we actually talked no more than a week or so before his very surprising passing. And part of my hope is that such groups ensure that his legacy through the building of a better society, fairness, justice for all, it's truly something that defines all of us who believe in the passions that he included. So I say farewell. I just watched the final sequence of his commendation to earth, and I'm sure that God, who is full of love, who is full of mercy, will accept him, and that the angels will escort him to paradise, and that he will get that welcome, good and faithful servant. For indeed, as we saw clearly, he served well. I thank you for the privilege of saying these words. May you so rest in peace.
Amen. Prof, before you leave, I would like to also ask some few questions. And just basically, let's focusing on his leadership skills or leadership style. For some, they said he was more of a transformational leader. He's someone who believed so much in changes, both on the policing, both in Nigeria as a whole. So what can you say about his leadership style?
You're talking about his leadership style, right?
Yeah.
Oh, Innocent, in many ways, as leader, personified leadership as teamwork. This is really a very important thing, and I'm so glad that you raised that question. In our environment, in our society, there is a tendency for people to think that being a leader is being anointed to play God. And they conduct themselves in leadership positions such that they assume they were the only ones gifted with the power of thinking, and that the only ideas that matter should start from them and end through them. But the fundamental teaching that we know of in leadership is that it should be a collective thing rather than an individual thing, a team thing. On a number of occasions that I interacted with Ford people during Innocent's tenure at Ford, I mean, I could see that at play, and it is the kind of leadership style that I am actually familiar with from both my work with a company like 3M, which makes it such that most people don't even really know who the president of the corporation is, and they're going to be a very successful company, and which the business school, for example, has as a leadership style, collegial leadership. Because if you even go to scripture, that was how Jesus led. Yes, Jesus was God amongst them, but the leadership of his apostles was very collegial in its nature. And so I saw that clearly in how Innocent operated collegial leadership. And I think that this is a very effective way to lead because you get the best from everybody. And the synergy takes you very far. Unfortunately, what I experienced in such an environment, which I sadly comes out in almost every pronouncement by a government official, they must refer back to whoever is the team lead, whether it's the governor, president, and talk about him in almost divine terms. I always find that extremely irritating. Government is a government of the people, and they are select people to serve the people. One of them needs to be either in a capacity of president or governor or local government chairman or whatever it is, that particular rule and that is. But the leadership culture makes government in Nigeria a collection of fiefdoms, where the governor is some medieval mode, and literally when it takes off, the state shuts down. So I think that there are fundamental changes we must make in Nigeria. It is to and thank God that Innocent was the great anti of that style of leadership.
Thank you very much, Prof. And that thing I was just wondering is, a lot has been said about him being a very good, he was an activist, right from his secondary school to down to the university. But one would wonder how he could have combined this, and yet he was, will I use the word gentle? Will I be the appropriate word? Was still gentle and was still able to convey his message. So that is one thing. I don't know whether that's I don't know whether it's really was part of his culture, or he believed that it's not about fighting or shouting or being, being violent, but then you could communicate, or you could communicate in a gentle way. So would you want to say anything about his being an activist?
Yes, indeed. It's a very important point you make again here when you point to his demeanor, his gentle disposition. There is a sense in which in popular culture around us,
Officer, award-winning road safety officer. As an award. Thank you. No more Isioma one, no more Isioma Kemakole. I should have Kemakole. One I know. What is now? What is now? The woman of such a way.
Okay, let me DJ now. Now from outside.
I say innocent the cultural life the group way. Thank you.
Owale one kainga kosara e apo owale one kainga besara e innocenti wan mara pulu wala e nekele ni yokwera ni uko nege menu ya e nde yu tokwere nuko nege menu ya e Apo innocenti wan mara pulu wala e nekele ni yokwera ni uko nege menu ya e ndi yu tokwere nuko nege menu ya e Owale one kainge besara e apo owale one kainge besara e innocenti wan mara pulu wala e nekele ni yokwera ni uko nege menu ya e ndi yu tokwere nuko nege menu ya e Innocent cultural dancer. Aha no no bo. All innocent chimere ye na bo. Emeke ihe dohale ihuna ya onwu mere anyị e. Emeke ihe dohale ihuna ya onwu mere anyị e. Oke osisi adala ụmụ nnụnụ bere n'elu ya e. Oke osisi adala ya amaghị ihe anyị ga-eme. rapụ n'ụwa ala lekwele na ihe ọ chọrọ imere anya onye ga-emenụ ya ndị ihe ụtụ kwere n'afọ gara aga 2020 Innocent Nwamma zụkwara anyị rie o nyere anyị rie o nyere anyị 10,000 ụmụ nwanyị niile ketechara ya Wale one kainge besara akwa wale one kainga kosara Innocent Nwamma rapụ n'ụwa ala lekwele na ihe ọ chọrọ ịrụrụ anya onye ga-arụnụ ya ndị ihe ụtọ kwere n'ụkwa onye ga-emenụ ya ndị Igbo dibe ụmụadịa dibe atarashọn dibe asimonu dibe ọnwa akwarịrị ka anyị na-ebe dibe ndị mpa dibe ndị ise dibe ụmụdị ya dibe ndị egwu dibe asimonu dibe Wale one kainge besara akwa wale one kainge besara Innocent Nwamma rapụ n'ụwa ala lekwele na ihe ọ chọrọ ịrụrụ anya onye ga-arụnụ ya ndị ihe ụtọ kwere n'ụkwa onye ga-emenụ ya ebulata ya ụmụnna ya na-ele ya anya ha na-ele ya anya ndị nsọ nọ n'iru ozi ya ha na-ele ya anya ndị nsọ nọ n'iru ozi ya akpọbata ibe okoko akpọbata ibe okoko ọ dị ahụ na anụna Innocent anwụọla ọ dị ahụ na anụna Innocent anwụọla Innocent anwụọla bọsọ nwụrụ moto adịghị agba n'ụzọ bọsọ nwụrụ igwe adịghị agba n'ụzọ ebulata ya ndị a na-ele ya anya ebulata ya ụmụnna ya na-ele ya anya ha na-ele ya anya ndị nsọ nọ n'iru ozi ya ha na-ele ya anya ndị nsọ nọ n'iru ozi ya akpọbata ibe okoko akpọbata ibe okoko ọ dị ahụ na anụna Innocent okorobịa mmadụ ala alarigo aye. Okorobịa mmadụ alarigo aye. Neje. Innocent cultural dance. I know no innocent alala I know no innocent one but someone no mota de gabano say but someone no igwa de gabano sa ebulata ya nwunye ya na-ele anya ebulata ya ụmụnne ya na-ele anya ha na-ele anya ndị nsọ na n'irozi ya ha na-ele anya ndị nsọ na n'irozi ya akpamatibe okoko akpamatibe okoko ọdịa una anụna innocent anwụọna ọdịa una anụna innocent alala nwoke obiọma die. May your soul rest in peace. Innocent, aye, okorobịa mmadụ alarigo, aye, okorobịa mmadụ alarigo, aye. I know no innocent alala. Na n'irozi ya akpamatibe okoko akpamatibe okoko ọbịa una anụna innocent anwụọna ọbịa una anụna innocent anwụọna ọwa ahụ nwoke ahụ ogologo imi ya a simple man in nature. Okorobịa mmadụ alarigo aye aye innocent aye innocent aye okorobịa mmadụ alarigo aye okorobịa mmadụ alarigo aye innocent innocent aye okorobịa mmadụ alarigo aye okorobịa mmadụ alarigo aye innocent innocent aye okorobịa mmadụ alarigo aye okorobịa mmadụ alarigo aye innocent innocent aye okorobịa mmadụ alarigo aye okorobịa mmadụ alarigo aye Chineke bụ onye mbụ. Ka anyị kelee Chineke bụ onye isi. Ekele dịrị Papa nke igwe. Onye nyere anyị ndụ na ahụike. Onye nyere anyị ndụ na ahụike. N'anya ọmụmụ were akụ na ụba chọọ ya mma. Ka anyị kelee Chineke bụ onye mbụ. Ụmụabịa Igbo anyị lee. Ekele dịrị Papa nke igwe. Ụmụabịa Igbo anyị lee. N'anya ọmụmụ were akụ na ụba chọọ ya mma. Innocent cultural dancer. Ọ bụ Igbo ya nọ n'ọgbọ. Anyị enwegwu kpọmkwem. Anyị kelee Chineke bụ onye mbụ. Ka anyị kelee Chineke bụ onye isi. Ekele dịrị Papa nke igwe. Onye nyere anyị ndụ na ahụike. Onye nyere anyị ndụ na ahụike. N'anya ọmụmụ were akụ na ụba chọọ ya mma. Kelee Chineke bụ onye mbụ. Ụmụabịa Igbo anyị lee.
Yes, that's
Ekele dịrị
cultural
Papa nke
music.
igwe.
Naka government in Abaliala.
Ọmụmụ were akụ na ụba chọọ
In
ya mma.
Abaliala, because the year I get this salary.
Coronavirus bụ eziokwu.
Okay, performer. Yes.
Coronavirus dị egbu
In Abaliala.
ihe gọọmenti nyere n'iwu.
Onye
Onye ọbụla kpachara anya ya. Ọsọ anyị were mmiri na ncha akwọba aka. Ọsọ anyị were mmiri na ncha akwọba aka. Ọsọ anyị agbakọrọ mmadụ ibe anyị n'ahụ. Ọsọ anyị agbakọrọ mmadụ ibe anyị n'ahụ. Ọsọ anyị ekwekwere mmadụ ibe anyị n'aka. Ekele gụma gị nọrọ otu ma anyị n'ifere ya aka.
Thank you.
Coronavirus bụ eziokwu. Ụmụabịa Igbo anyị lee. Ihe gọọmenti nyere n'iwu. Ụmụabịa Igbo anyị lee. Anyị were mmiri na ncha akwọba aka. Ụmụabịa Igbo anyị lee. Ndị mbakọla mmadụ ibe anyị na-arụ. Ụmụabịa Igbo anyị lee. Ekele gụma gị nọrọ otu ma anyị n'ifere ya aka. Coronavirus